Okay, let's call to order this December 6, 2021 regular Newton Falls Council meeting. So if you could turn off any devices or set them to vibrate and stand for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let's open up with a quick prayer. Precious Lord, dear God, we thank you for the country that we live. We pray for your favor upon it, dear God. We pray for your guidance in the meeting tonight, dear God, your wisdom, dear God. We pray for a spirit of unity to be here, dear God, and we pray that you would be glorified in the process. We do pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. Okay, whenever Mrs. King is ready to call for the roll.
Splitzer.
Present.
Franchi.
Here.
Stempert. Here. Sorotko. Here. Bariak.
Here.
Okay. No special presentations tonight. Public comments, give your name, your address, and you have 3 minutes unless previously spoken with for additional time, and we have 4 individuals there. So, Mr. Zimmerman, you're first.
Good evening. Thank you. I tend to be a bit of a fast speaker, so I probably won't need all my 10 minutes, but there's a lot of stuff I want to touch on tonight. Let's start with old business. Number 1, ordinance 2021-22, the registering of contractors. Like we said last time this was up, I still don't understand why we need this. Just a little bit of history. This was first done after the tornadoes came through here in 1984, 1985, when there was a flood of contractors coming into the city in order to do work. And the thought was back then that we needed to protect everyone from all these contractors coming in from outside, trying to do work. This was, again, right after the tornadoes. This was pulled back from the legislation. We did not have this again until 2018. We tried to put this back on. In 2018, it didn't get the votes to even come up onto the agenda, I believe. So it was never passed. The thing that I want to look at here is my cousin's an electrician. He's from out of town. With this, having to register contractors, I would not be able to use my family member's business to come into town to work on my house. Is this what we really need as a city? I just feel this is way too much Big Brother, too much council looking down on us, telling the people here who we have to follow to do our work on our own homes, not that we're free to make up our own minds. Let's move on to number 3 on old business. The approval for expenditures over $25,000. It's nice that we want to try to limit what the city manager can do, but let's talk about what the contract that the city manager can enter into. If we really want to limit the city manager, why don't we limit the contract and not the expenditures? What's to prevent the city manager from writing 3 checks under $25,000 for something totaling way over $25,000? I believe that's where we need to look, not necessarily at the individual checks being written, but the contracts being entered into at the very beginning. Number 4 under old business, ordinance 2021-09, the ordinance repealing ordinances 2020-34, 35, 36, and 37. This is the big one here tonight, guys. If this gets repealed, what happens? So we repeal the ordinances, we still have signed contracts to deal with. What happens then? There's still people that we need to tell them, what are we going to pay them? Is that written down? Do we know what we're going to pay people once these contracts are repealed? Has anyone given any thought to that? They're still in the positions. They have no contract, no rate of pay. Now what? Now let's move on to new business. The appointing part-time finance director, ordinance number 2021-31. I'm glad this is on here. The things that I want to bring up, it says it's retroactive to November 1st. What happens between now and November 1st? We've had a finance director that was working under an ordinance that wasn't approved to be here anymore. Does he get paid? Was he working for free? That wasn't addressed. The payment for him is going to be $1,500 a week for part-time work. Think about that. $1,500 a week for part-time work, working from home 2 days a week. Or working from home most of the time with a few office hours here during the week. That comes out to $78,000 a year if you would multiply out to $1,500 a week. And we're complaining over a contract for our old finance director for $72,500 for a full-time finance director. And we want to pay a part-timer $78,000 a year if it goes out for a full year. And we also didn't talk about benefits in there. Are we still responsible for the benefits? Under the old ordinance, it said we were going to be paying half of Silver Lake's benefits for Mr. Housley. There's nothing in there that said this either way. So I don't know if we're going to be having to do that with that or not. Number 5 is the motion for entering into a new contract with insurance. I really don't need to touch on that. There's plenty of people over here that looks like they want to talk on that, so let them all speak on that. Number 6 under new business, a motion to schedule by council meetings for the first and third Wednesday of the month. Let me read from the Newton Falls Codified Ordinances, Chapter 121, Council. Section D, regular meetings. Regular meetings of the council shall be held on the first and third Monday of each calendar month at 7 p.m. local time. During the months of July and August, council may at its discretion dispense with one of the regularly scheduled monthly council meetings. Regular meeting dates that are in conflict with other activities such as legal holidays may be changed by the council at a previous meeting. Council shall designate the time and or date of the meeting changes. It doesn't say anything here that we need to change, that we can change the scheduled day of the week for meetings just because someone can't be here. For what we're paying Mr. Housley, $1,500 a month, or a week, excuse me, I would think he could be here for one of our meetings. Number 8 under new business, the motion to start the process to remove Brian Axiotis as a member of the Planning and Zoning Board. This one should get interesting, folks. Let's think about this one. I would love to hear what the reasons are for his removal. Why would council initiate the process to remove a member of the board? Chapter 6 of our codified ordinances, commissions and boards, Section 6, removal of board/commission members. It states that any member appointed by council to any board or commission may be removed from such office in the same manner as removal of elective officers as specified in Article 3, Section 4 of the city charter. Now that specifies reasons for removal. It also goes on to say, such action for removal shall only be initiated by a majority vote of the board or commission recommending removal of one or more of its members to city council. Unless there's something that we don't know about coming from the Planning and Zoning Board, I want to know who's going to be initiating this process, who's going to be talking to them. The final thing I want to touch on is the executive session scheduled for tonight. It doesn't say why, or it says why we're going to do the executive session, but doesn't say for who. We started moving the right direction by putting a clause on the bottom saying that council can come out of executive session and possibly make a decision, which was left off the last one, but we still don't know going into this what this is for, who this is going to be about. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Richard Curlin, you asked for additional time.
Rick Curlin, 611 North Canal Street. I too had some comments on some of the things that were on the agenda. I first am definitely for restricting the expenditure of monies that at any one time a city manager can approve by themselves. The reason for that is pretty obvious. Just look what's happened in the past. There's been money spent, 50,000 roads, 217,000 no one knew about. That was spent. If we had 25,000, that wouldn't have happened. And the reason it wouldn't have happened because no one is going to write a check 3 times, one for 25, 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 one for 20, because our very competent financial manager would catch that. So would the public, just by public records. So limiting that to 25,000 is very, very, very smart. The other one is on the contracts. These are for 72.5, but they aren't for 72.5. This contract, whether it be for 4.5 years, 6 years, it's not only the amounts, it is the amounts plus what they've already gotten before. In other words, when they have a contract for $72,500, and let's say some of the other employees get a 3% raise, so do they. Now, that's fine indeed if the contracts weren't written in a way that the city of Newton Falls had no recourse. I mean, they don't even have to come to work. And if you fire them, according to the contract, they get all paid for the 4 years. You might seem silly to you, but that's a fact. The reason that you're getting rid of these contracts is because of the exorbitant amount that not only with the contracts, but the benefits. I heard someone before me speak and say that they were against paying someone $1,500 for doing the finance job. Well, 72, 75 is a lot less than maybe 100,000. The benefits are exorbitant. I mean, that's in addition to the 72.5. I mean, a city manager, you probably got 125,000. Getting rid of these contracts, which no one that I've heard of has been for, is simply the appropriate thing to do. Everyone should make the amount of money. We have other supervisors that are making money. That's fine indeed. But they aren't working under a contract. They aren't working where they can literally do anything at any time. and they have no recourse. Theirs is not passed by an emergency where the emergency was not even stated. I can understand if the gentleman before me stated what he stated because he voted yes. I'm not for that. Benefits is a lot. Now this making the change from temporarily or permanent or whatever from Monday to Wednesday doesn't mean a hill of beans. We have it, in the past it's always been for 7 o'clock according to the charter. We make it 6 o'clock. You can interpret anything you want to interpret. For reasons of convenience, for reasons of whatever, you can make it for every Thursday if you wanted, or switch it to Mondays and Thursdays or anything else. Council has that authority under council rules. I can't for the life of me understand, like with the insurance, I didn't follow this completely, but I can tell you this, Medicare, of which I am newly to, has increased between last year and this year, just in my Part B and the others, 12 to 13%. That's a lot of money to someone that can't, as myself, can't or don't have the resources to increase that. If they work 40 hours, that's fine. I'm not for anybody having to pay more. Are they paying more? Is it deductible more? I don't know the pros and cons enough to say that, but I will say that the retired people have to live on a fixed budget. I won't change my feelings on how I feel about it. We have a competent, and believe it or not, 5 members of council. That's amazing. And everybody showed up. That's amazing. We have a city manager and a law director that knows what he's talking about. We have competent administration, a finance manager that has, through a lot of trials and tribulations, gotten over a lot of different hills. I believe that under this city council and administration, that you folks, after you get out of the problems that were thrown at you will do very good for this village. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Jim Luanawasu.
Jim Lawanawansu, 10 East Liberty Street. I spoke to the mayor earlier. He said it was okay to address something from item number 7 on the agenda, approval of previous minutes. The last meeting I spoke about the smart meters and the billing of the service charges for those meters. I want to address again that we're being billed $25.67 a month for those service charges. Don't try to find it on your bill because it's not there. I went over it again. For months now, council, you've been going back and forth, debating, tabling, debating, some more, and then you were supposed to make a decision at the last meeting, or so everyone thought, and then it came up, and then it died for a lack of a second. However, at that meeting or after that meeting, several council people, either from their seat or to me privately in the hallway, said, we're just stuck with this and we're going to have to take it because Huntington Bank wants their $3.5 million. So then this week I get this letter from the office of Pamela Pretty, city manager, addressed to me. And it's addressed to me fine and everything's nice and on there. And then when I go to read it, it's addressed to Dear Mrs. Butler. I'm not Mrs. Butler. I don't know who Mrs. Butler is, but I'm not Mrs. Butler. And then it goes on to explain that they want me to pay $205 for my electric meter and $150 for my water meter. And if I have any questions, to call the billing office. Well, it seems strange that I'd call the billing office when you sent this out, Mrs. Pretty. And again, I think my service charges over the last 25 years have more than paid for my $355 worth of meters. And I'm not done arguing that point yet. In fact, today, I filed a formal complaint against the utility office in the city of Newton Falls with the Attorney General's office for deceptive billing practices. Why would we be able to figure that we could get final decisions finalized or even know if they were finalized when we can't get simple things like a little letter right? My answer to that letter again is that our $25.67 covers that meter, regardless if I want a smart meter or if I want a dumb meter, because you're not fooling anybody. The water meter that you're going to put on my house is the same stupid meter that's already there. And instead of an electric meter that has a wheel that spins in it, you're going to put a digital meter that we probably have sitting at the electric department already. By the way, have those service charges ever been put into an account to help with the replacement of the meter cost when needed? Or will they be in the future? Mrs. Stimpert, you asked me and said that was a very good question after the meeting last week. You, council, you have the ability to make sure that they are. Are you going to do that? Because we also have a water debt fee and a stormwater fee on our bill, and I'd really be curious to know what the balances in those accounts are. Have they been kept separate, or have they just been thrown in there because we need that 80% of the utility fee that gets dumped into the general fund? The last thing that I want to touch on is the opt-out. As I've been told, originally there were 22 or 29 residents that opted out. And now we can either stay in the opt-out program, according to this letter, or we can opt back in. What really bothers me about this whole thing, though, is everyone else in the village, take this as your public service announcement. Council and management has decided that you don't get that choice. They made the decision for you. That doesn't sit very well with me for several reasons. One, being that I know, Tessa, you and I have talked about this, and you have admitted it on council floor. Many people called you and asked you when they got the original letter what they should do. And you said, don't do anything until council makes a final decision on this. Council still hasn't made a final decision on the opt-out program, and now those people aren't getting a choice on whether they're allowed to opt in or opt out. They're just getting it shoved down their throat and stuck up their rear end. And I think we can do better than that. You know, to those people, I say call City Hall, call your council people, call the mayor, raise hell. You were told to wait to make your decision. Now you're being told, tough luck. You have no decision. We've already made it for you. Council and the mayor, you can and should do better. Pam, you definitely can do better. You all keep flaunting the word transparent. And if I had not asked questions this week and found out about this supposed $355 being done, which I'm still not sure which ordinance it was done in, but I'm gonna get it from Kathy, we wouldn't know about this. It would have just silently died after it went off the table last week, and council would have let it fade into the past. You know, we just got rid of a city manager and a council who did the exact same thing. That's not very transparent, guys.
Okay. Wait, we have one more person that called in for additional time, Mrs. Julie Lemon.
Julie Lemon, 2750 East River Road. I wanted to start off with, I'm going to turn it, there's a lot on here. Number 2 under public hearings, ordinance 2021-28. An ordinance to require the approval of council for contract expenditures over $25,000. I think that's a pretty fair number. It doesn't completely tie Ms. Pretty's hands or the future city manager's hands. But it was already addressed tonight, and it's somewhere between 0 and 50,000, which is the state cap. But it's been done by past administration. In fact, really previous past administration. In fact, it was done on March 13th of this year, and the contractor was Jay Glista, and the amounts were $24,830.45. and $24,830 even. The difference was 45 cents. It was for flooring, which included tile and carpeting, and they were both dated again, March 13th, 2021. Not that I ever think Miss Pretty would ever do something underhanded like that. I don't think that, so please don't think that. However, it has been done. And I think with the city's finances and us trying to recover from past administration's errors, mistakes, and downright bad decisions, it's the safest bet for the community. And then on ordinance 2021-29, Mr. Zimmerman actually brought these up. So the contracts themselves twice are deemed invalid. One, our own finance director at the time didn't do a certification of availability of funds. That's actually required by Ohio law. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Schrader. But it's actually required. So they were null and void just from that. There was no emergency. The world was not going to stop turning. The city was still going to function whether they had these contracts or not, because 3 of the 4 were hourly employees. Again, no emergency. However, my question when it comes to these contracts, our former law director okayed these when there's two things explicitly against the law. How is that money going to be recovered? Is the city just going to eat the thousands of dollars that was paid in raises? And nothing against Ms. King, but she got one hefty raise. I believe she went from $58,000 to $72,500. We all wish. It averaged out to like $1,208 a month. How's the city going to recover those funds? Because it was a year that it was paid just on hers from December 1 of last year. How does the city recover those funds, or do the people just have to eat that too? And I want to move on from that though. I'm all for Mr. Housley. I think he's doing a fantastic job, and he had one heck of a mess to clean up, so I'm all for that one. I want to move it past to number 8 on new business under Mr. Axiotis. And I wish I didn't have to go there. Mrs. King, can you hand these to council? And I made packets for everybody. And to the administration, please.
Thank you.
Until everyone gets their packet. And Mr. Axiotis, I know you're here somewhere, and I'm a pretty honest person. I saw you, yeah, you're back there. I'll make sure you get a copy of it too, so you see what I'm presenting. I believe anybody who sits on the council, any commission, any board that represents this city should be held to a higher standard because you're supposed to set the example. Nobody's perfect, and tempers do fly. But what I found repulsive is that Mr. Axiotis made comments on Facebook regarding COVID shots. He told a member of this community that he wouldn't expect anything less because she's whacked out of her mind. She told him, "You don't even know me." He said, "Yeah, I do. Spent 2 minutes looking at your Facebook wall, and all I see is an old woman who can't tell truth from lies." Now, I'm going to speak on behalf of Jamie Klein at this. She is the one who sent this to me. And it was also sent to Mark Stimpert and David Lynch and Mayor Klein on Thursday, May 13th, 2021 at 4:21 p.m. I sent for the records request, and this is what I got, folks. Apparently, the person that he addressed sent him a message and told him to go. I'm not going to say that. It's very explicit. And you were almost as bad. So if you think, if anything, I'm offended. But luckily for you, I don't get offended easily. And Jamie told him he was pretty much a terrible person. And her exact words were that he was terrible in his behavior. LOL, like I give a blank. Eat a duck. D-U-C-K. Then autocorrect it to say, eat a male anatomy apart. She told him again he was terrible. This is his comment to that. I volunteer on the zoning board. I'm not an employee. If I wasn't there tomorrow, I wouldn't care. People like you are terrible. You don't like anyone who has the balls to think differently, and you felt the need to attack me because I don't agree with you. Look in the mirror and see how you really are. The last time I checked, everyone that was involved in this are adults. People can have difference of opinions, but you don't have to take it to a vulgar and vile level. And when you serve on a commission or a board, you're representing your community. You should always give a care because you stepped up to the plate to do what's best and right for the community. I think that, in the best case scenario, he should be sanctioned. In the worst case scenario, he should be removed, because there's other members on the zoning commission board who have families, who stand up, and you don't see them causing the commotion that Mr. Axiotis has caused. And nothing against them personally, but I do hold people to higher standards. If I sat on a board or a commission, I would try to conduct myself with as much dignity as possible, even if I disagree with somebody, and not take it to a vulgar and vile level. And that's what happened. There was no decorum whatsoever. The request that Jamie Klein put in to council, or to the mayor, and there is the request that was put into Mark Stimper on May 13th at 4:21 p.m. was also addressed to Lynch and the mayor. And she said, someone needs to put a stop to this. He is being very abusive. Or he's very abusive. That, again, May 13th. It's December 6th. And the abuse has continued for months. And it needs to stop. I see it on Facebook all the time under different ads. And there's a lot of things I could say. But I don't disagree. I don't agree with everybody. But I'm not throwing out F-bombs. I'm not throwing out eat certain male anatomy parts to people. So I'm not trying to be better than people. But I'm just saying there has to be a level of dignity and decorum when you're representing the city. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Eby.
Hi, I'm Anna Eby, 50 West 9th Street, Newton Falls. I just want to back up what Jim Luanawansu said. I too got the letter, Dear Ms. Butler. And in it, it says, that I'm going to have to pay $205 for the electric meter, $150 for a water meter, and a monthly fee of $550 a month. Now, they put a new water meter in my house. Does that count? Is it the right water meter? When I signed it, and you can look at my thing, I wrote, I do not need or want a new water or electric meter, because there's nothing wrong with the two I have. But they put a new water meter in my house. So I assume that's the $150, because I know they don't have to come around and read it, because the guys told us that it puts out feelers and you can read it sitting on your butt in your office. So there is nobody going to come around and read that water meter. So I assume that's the right meter. And also in this letter, it does not say when's it's all going to start, if they're going to start charging me more money. There's no date on here. There's nothing. There's something wacko about all this. Thank you.
Richard Eby, 50 West 9th Street. I'm a little confused about ordinance 21 or 2021-23, the sidewalks. It says a sidewalk within the entire city. And I walk on every day down West River Boulevard. I see trees, I see poles, I see hydrants, all within 2 to 3 feet from the road. So all those will have to be moved for sidewalks. And West Broad Street from Church of God all the way down to Eagle Point, there's a big drainage ditch, you have to build a bridge there, and a retention pond, you have to grade some banks down, I don't see how this would really happen. I think the entire city is improper verbiage for this. And I don't know what's included in Exhibit A. It says look at Exhibit A, but I don't see Exhibit A. I can't get to it. But I'll trust my council person to do the right thing. with this expensive endeavor. My point is research should be done before sidewalks are installed in the entire city, because there's many areas where it's not probable. Okay, thank you.
Brian Axiotis, 315 Adams Street. I see this motion number 8 to concern me, and then obviously Ms. Lemon come up here and presented her Facebook facts, which last I checked, there is freedom of speech. As for the charter, you guys are sworn in to uphold the charter. That's what you're here for. And on that, which Mr. Zimmerman touched on, and I have a copy of the charter. If any of you would like to have a copy, if you're going to vote on a motion, it says right here, such action for removal shall only be initiated by a majority vote of the board or commission recommending removal of one or more of its members of city council. Not city council recommending removal, but the board itself. You guys want a copy of that? That's in the charter. So how is this motion on the agenda today? Did my board, did the four members of my board come up here and recommend my removal? Mr. Bariak, I mean, is your name on that item? I'm asking you a question about it.
Not allowed to answer back.
Well, does anybody want a copy of the charter? That's what your job is, to uphold the charter. Now let me touch on something. Mr. Bariak, the gentleman who's put this motion in gear, about 8 months ago, maybe 10 months ago, he was an IGA, walking around doing his shopping, ran into somebody who didn't like him, cussed him out, flipped him off, called him words. What he did is he went and told his son that it was me. So his son reaches out to my brother and starts threatening me on Facebook. Now, I had nothing to do with that. I went and I made a phone call.
What's your point of order, Mr. Moran?
Making accusations.
Well, I got screenshots if you like.
Well, I don't know,
And
I don't know that it's true, Mr. Axiotis.
My point is you have an agenda
All right, guys,
against me.
that's-
Well, I called you to clarify. I called you to clear it up. And you still got my name in your mouth for some reason. But if you want to talk about behavior, like Miss Lemon did, you don't go threatening people. You don't go around threatening people. I didn't do nothing to you. Plain and simple.
Lorna Heisel, 227 North Center Street. I just want to clear something up with from my understanding on the removal of Brian. Yes, in there it does state that the commission or committee can remove them. But that is if the commission or committee chooses to remove a person from that committee. Council has the right to add or remove anybody at any point in time, just like they elect or they appoint people. Plain and simple. You guys have that choice. Just like you appoint people, you have the choice overall. You don't bow down to them, they bow down to you when it comes to picking people on the committee. Simple as that. Thanks.
Okay, anybody else?
Matt Evans, City Newton Falls Electric Department. You guys are my brothers, and this is a statement we're here to make, okay? On your resolution, or whatever you guys call it up there, your fancy words, for our health insurance, 39-2021. I'm urging you guys to look this over, do not pass it. If you do, you're destroying our families. Literally destroying our families. If, I don't know, people think we make buttloads of money and we're getting rich here working for the city, but we're not. Part of what we do here is for our benefits. I can go to the contracting side and make triple the amount of money I make right now here at the city. As it stands right now, my family, a lot of my brother's families and sisters here, they use the insurance. And at the rate right now, I'll take a 22.38% decrease in pay. That'll take me a $4.82 an hour pay cut. I can't afford to live off of that. I don't know if you guys can, I can't. We've done the math, we've talked. This is terrible and it's gonna destroy us. You've got an 80% young workforce here now. Me, myself, I'm number 4 in seniority now. The guys that are below me, you pay for our schooling, you pay for our licenses, to just shoo us off and hope we get a job somewhere else, because it's not gonna be here. I'm not threatening, I'm stating facts. I literally cannot afford to work here if you pass this insurance package tonight. It's gonna take me down, it's $7,500 for me, my wife, and my 2 kids, okay? So $7,500 right off my deductible, plus my co-pays for my insurance. My wife has health issues, okay? To pay for her prescription drugs, it's gonna cost me $210 a month. That's with mine, hers, and my stepson's, okay? So to pay for those prescription drugs off of what I don't already make, you want me to take another $210 a month pay cut, plus pay out $7,500 a year for a deductible off of a pay scale that hasn't been updated in over 15 years. I mean, come on, if this doesn't speak volumes here, these guys aren't here because they're happy. They're here because we're all upset, we're concerned. We don't want to leave. We don't want to find jobs elsewhere. But we may have to. We all come out on holidays. Time after time, we just had a water break, we're short-handed. We're already working on skeleton crews as it is now. And we come together and we make sure the city runs smoothly. But if you take that away from us, we're not going to be able to afford to do that. I mean, the citizens, I'm pretty sure, like the services they get. When Bill calls me and Larry for a power outage, I'm 10 minutes away in a township. I'm the first one here 90% of the time. Bill's right behind me 5 minutes out the way. We have your guys' power back up in no time. If we don't come in here and do that as fast as we do, it's going to be detrimental to the city. We got the water operators, we've got the wastewater guys, we've got the water distribution. We just had a huge leak over there on 534, by Cafe 534. That was a quick decision. Those guys made a snap decision, got that going. The water tower was draining and those guys were on it. You're not going to have that if we can't afford to work here. The last thing I'm going to touch on, and this may shoot me in the mouth, but I don't know, because no one knows.
Mr. Evans, just be quick on this
Yep,
point.
this is the last 2 sentences.
Thank you.
Deborah Lavelle is and was an office manager of Health Plan Administrators. Deborah Lavelle is now the president of WJL. Both companies were both formerly ran by Pamela Pretty. Are those companies still affiliated with Pamela Pretty? And if they are, that goes against ordinance 2021-12. And you guys should really look into that.
Michael Harnacher, Maintenance Department. On 39-2021, I was told there was a meeting for the public to go to. None of us heard a word about that, nothing. And it sounds as if it's a done deal. That is not transparent at all. If it passes, all of us will take a pay cut, like Matt said. You can think it isn't. It is, though. It affects all of us. And it isn't part of the Better Business Bureau, which to me shows a red flag. It does affect every employee here. There is no getting around that. I guess that's all I have to say. No, it's not. I'm sorry. Mr. Baryak could not bid on trimming trees because he's a council person. Mr. Alberini couldn't sell us safety gear. How can the city manager enter into this, and at one time I was part of it? Again, red flag. Hope that you guys please table this and discuss it further, please. Thank you.
Cody Zelani, 4928 Bates Street, Newton Falls, Ohio, Water Distribution Division, Operator 3. Where did you guys find this? It's 39-2021, the insurance that you're trying to give us. It's insane. A comment was told to me that a city council person said that the city employees have to pay for the city's financial situation. And I'm pretty sure we're not responsible for the city's financial incompetence, okay? I have 6 years of higher education. I have a degree in science. I could go anywhere I want, but I chose to stay in the community I was born in and provide an essential service. I have earned multiple EPA licenses. I have devoted my life to this place so far. You can laugh all you want, but the thing is, like Matt brought this up, there was a catastrophic water event that happened on Thursday. I'm pretty sure not one of you knew about it because me, Kenny, and Travis showed up at like 6:40 and we had it handled within minutes. The school had no pressure. It was a terrible event, and then we got help from the electric department. You want skilled labor to stay in this community, you provide us with a little bit of an incentive, because without us, you are in trouble. You know, my dad never talked about his service in Vietnam, but the only thing I know is when he came home in '71, it was the betrayal that hurt him the most.
John Richards, 212 Albert Street. I'm well beyond my working years, but I remember when I was younger, and the struggles you have. And these gentlemen talking about this cost to them, it is too much. I advise you to find a way to, if you can table this thing, table it and have discussions, or kill it and start over. I trust what Matt said, nothing against Pam Pretty, I also trust her. But when you're young and you're starting out, you can't afford a $7,000, $9,000 a year additional cost. It just doesn't make sense to do that to these people. Thank you.
Mike Novotny, Superintendent of Wastewater. Again, I'm here to talk on 39-2021 resolution. If this is passed, this is moving us backwards to past administration and councils where we've gone through this. I've been here long enough. I went through the insurance changing every year and nothing, you hear nothing. There's no communication. There has been no communication on this at all until this morning and a meeting was asked for. So we can't even go to our employees and help them understand just what's going on, costs, different things. I don't think any one of these employees think or feel that they should not have to help contribute or expect some increases. Nobody's asking for a free ride here, but this is just crazy. It really is. You know, $2,500 a person, deductible, all payable up front. That's taking us from having health insurance to no health insurance until you meet deductibles. That doesn't even account for prescriptions. And a lot of people have to take prescriptions. Some are lucky enough that they can get the generics. Some have to have the higher cost. You just can't expect these younger employees to handle that. It's bad enough. We have a hard time getting employees. When I got hired, there was between 40 and 50 people that took the civil service test. The last water and wastewater civil service test, I think there was 8 that took it. You can't hire people, let alone retain good people. You've got a great workforce here. You really need to reconsider this and look at, you know, there's been a position created in the administrative office that we're paying for. I'm not sure what for. The email title is city administrator. We now have GPS units in the vehicles that's being paid for from somewhere. We see a ton more Christmas lights up all over the place. Sure, it's chump change, but yet put some of that money towards the employees, towards retaining your employees, okay? The last thing is you do a quick search. The Pan American has nothing but poor reviews. Terrible, 1 out of 5 stars. Everything from non-payment of claims to no customer service to clients filing lawsuits on it for non-payment. The last other thing is you look up WJL Administrative Services, and also goes by Health Plan Administrators LLC. You pull that up on the Better Business Bureau, and Ms. Pretty's name comes up as business management. The principal contact, Ms. Pretty. The customer contact, Ms. Pretty. On LinkedIn, it does say Debbie Lavelle is listed as president of WJL. Again, some communication would have gone a long, long way. And I'm directing that to you, Ms. Pretty, that we've been through this before. And you're taking us backwards to where we've been before, and it netted employees ending up in collections for claims not being paid.
Point of order. I want to make one. Are you making an accusation, sir, that Mrs. Pretty is on this board? Do you know that for sure?
Listen to what I stated, Mr. Bariak. I will state it again.
I just want to know what
you
you're
do
stating.
a Google search. Do a Google search.
Google search, is that the God's, has anybody searched this out?
I'm not going to argue with you. My
No,
point
I'm not
was,
arguing
a
with
lot of
you
communication would have went a long way.
Okay,
Don't make
listen,
accusations.
listen, both. Okay, hey.
Mr. Novotny, finish up your points. We don't need to get in arguing and match.
I'm not gonna argue,
Okay,
sir.
listen, I know, but what we are gonna do is when it's on the table, we will discuss it. We'll look at, see what we can afford, and I can promise you, if we can get away with not changing your insurance at all, we'll do so. We're gonna do everything we can. We'll do that.
I do appreciate you
But we
listening.
need to not fight. Come, bring your ideas and your points, and it's.
Again, my biggest point too is the communication. We could have helped out a lot of this as department heads, had we been included or at least apprised of some of what was going on. The information for all this was gathered in September, October. This didn't just pop up. I got put on, and myself and Jeff Hawkins, 2 city managers ago, they didn't like us questioning some of the insurance. We got put on a committee to do the research along with the finance director. We came up with a pretty good plan at the time. Not what we've had the last couple years, but it was a workable and it was cost effective. But again, you know, you blindside the employees with this, and this is what you get. So, thank you.
Bill George, Electric Superintendent. I'm just going to echo a lot of what everybody else is saying. With this, when you're changing this insurance, all you're doing is running our guys away. We can't get people to even apply for jobs now. Benefits are the reason we're here. I mean, I make a little bit more money because I'm a superintendent, but these guys don't. So you're really hurting these guys, and they could go to McDonald's and make just as much money as they're making here. I mean, it's a shame to say, and all you're doing is pushing everybody away. You know, sooner or later it's going to be just myself in the electric department because my guys are going to leave. They're young, you know, they're smart. If we got to do that, we're going to be calling contractors to come in and do our jobs. You think this is costing us now? Wait. Any little thing that I got to call, I can't do anything myself. If I don't have 2 guys with me, I can't do this stuff. So you guys need to sit and think about all this. I mean, I urge you guys to look at this. I mean, this is crazy. These deductibles, I mean, it's coming straight off the top. I mean, I don't know how you guys expect anybody to stay here. It's just terrible. Mm-hmm. And then one other thing too, if you're gonna bring up about firing Gene tonight, I think you guys are doing something wrong. I mean, I'm just one person, but I think that you're gonna see a big change in the city if you do that. I don't know why you're looking at him or anything, but I think you're gonna lose a lot of good men if you do this decision tonight. So think about that.
Okay, anybody else?
Ken Bodner, Water Distribution. I'm going to kind of say kind of the same stuff they were saying. I'm really worried about retaining some of my younger men. I'm already one guy short. I know if this takes effect, he's taking a huge pay cut. I mean, this is going to come out of his bottom line. And it is for all of us. And I'm pretty sure at least one of my guys is going to leave, maybe both. The job market is pretty competitive right now. I have a couple of friends that work in factories, and they're looking for skilled labor. These guys are skilled labor. You know, they're not ditch diggers. You know, they got licenses. These guys are competent people. I mean, I'd hate to lose any of them. I'm going to be here because I got to do my time, but I'm not happy with it either. But these guys are really taking a hit. They're underpaid right now anyway, and this is really going to hurt them. All right, that's all I got to say.
Jeff Hawkins, Water Treatment Plant Superintendent. I guess I'll be the last one, I'll wrap it up, unless anybody else has anything. Oh, okay, well then I won't, but I'll say what I have to say. They pretty much said all there is to say. Everybody has great points. This is something that insurance is it's a, you know, important thing. And through all this, I'll say I understand there's a deadline, okay? For us to get signed up, for us to get the insurance in place, to have it effective. This should have been done a month ago. A month ago. Everybody asks, hey, what about the insurance? Hey, what about the insurance? Nobody knows. I can't tell them, I don't know. It was never brought up. Friday, the council agenda comes out, this resolution's on it. Not one word, okay? And leading into that, I'm like, y'all talk about transparency. You want to talk about transparency. The people have a right to know. They do. Guess what? So do city employees. Where's the transparency with us? Okay? These people, all these guys, they found out about this like this morning. And they're here tonight. That's how concerned they are. Okay? We're not crying about it. We're just saying, look, we just want a fair shot. There was no transparency with the city employees. I don't know why that had to be. Like Mike brought up, the employees were never asked to be part of this process. In the past, they were. Like Mike brought up a few years ago, probably two. Actually, our committee was the one who found Burnham and Flowers. We found them, did the deal with them. When Mr. Lynch came in, he signed a contract. Excuse me, I believe it was November 17th or 19th, 2 days after he got here. He had to sign a contract. Now we're December 6th. Where are we at? The point is maybe there's a plan somewhere between what this is we're going to get and what we had. There's got to be something in between, and I know there is, because when we got quotes, we had 3 options from 4 different insurance companies. We didn't just pick one, you know? Maybe there's a bronze, a silver, a gold plan. Maybe there's something that we could get that wouldn't be such a hardship on these people. I mean, look, this is a big shot. To not know about it in advance, that's a big shot, you know? I asked earlier today to see some of that information, and I don't have that information now. I guess there was some computer issues, which I understand. Maybe my bad, I didn't make it up there today. I had other issues at the plant. But what I want to know is, like, who chose this plan? Was there a committee? You know, the ordinance states about having a committee, all the deliberations and any of the committees that resulted in formal actions were made in meetings open to the public. I didn't see one. I don't know, did anybody see one? I didn't see one.
Mr.
Okay.
Hawkins, you have to wrap up your time.
All right, I still have a minute. Could you indulge me?
No, you're done. I mean, just wrap up your point here.
Okay. I guess it'll make my final point. Okay. Basically, everybody went through what's going to happen with this. As people leave, there's going to be nobody to take their jobs. I just want to say one thing. Remember, your actions have consequences. You all think you run the city, but these people are the ones who make the city run. Thank you.
Hello, I am Rhonda Trickett Rushnock. Let's just throw Butler in there for the heck of it. My question is, well, it's not a question, it's all comments and crap like that. You have another motion to recess, executive decision, employment, disemployment, discipline, and you never put who that's going to be about. If that is due to Chief Fixler, I think you guys are making a huge mistake. And Pamela Pretty, your time's got to be about up. You don't live in the city. I thought the charter said 6 months. Move to the city or be gone. Because what you're doing is you're going to take away our chief.
Okay,
You're going to take away our electric
You have to
department.
stay according to,
You're going to take away our chief.
agenda.
Our chief's going to be gone, and then there's going to go our police department. Because they're going to follow. You're going to mess with my uncle retired, Lauren Swagger from Newton Falls Utilities. You're going to take away their insurance and do this to them, and then they're going to be gone. Who are you going to call when your house gets robbed? There's not going to be anybody. There's going to be complete anarchy when we have no police. And you're going to have nobody to keep your lights on. You're going to have nobody to make sure that toilet flushes. And you're going to have anybody make sure you got drinking water. So y'all better watch what you're doing here and straighten the heck up and stop all this nonsense. This town was running pretty darn good. We got a bad apple, and now it's taking it all down.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, we'll go on to reports. And we'll start off with Mr. Sirotko. Do you have anything for Ward 1?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Boriak, do you have anything for Ward 2?
Yes, I attended a very nice thing for the children Saturday at the VFW. There was a lot of, Santa was there. There was a lot of good fellowship and everything, and the children just loved it. Other than that, right now, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Spetzer, you have anything for Ward 3?
Just something real quick and simple. For those of you that weren't here before the first meeting we had about the DORA, I would like to let everybody know that I was sworn in for my new council term, and Mrs. Stimpert was also sworn in with Judge Vigorito before the first meeting this afternoon. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Granchi, you have anything for Ward 4?
I do not. It's been a quiet 3 weeks.
Okay, and the newly sworn in Ms. Stimpert, do you have anything for the at-large?
I do not, just other than to thank everybody for the opportunity to serve you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Schrader, do you have anything to share as the law director? Or?
No, we have some executive session.
Okay. Is there any questions, comments, concerns for the law director? Okay, if not, we'll move on to the city manager. Ms. Pretty, did you have anything?
No, I don't.
Okay, any questions, comments, concerns for Ms. Pretty?
Mrs. Pretty, have any of the people, the employees, first of all, I'd like to state, Mrs. Pretty, weren't you in the hospital very seriously for a couple weeks? Okay, and I hope that your city employees know there was a transition here in leadership, and it takes time for people to get their feet on the ground. We're trying to move forward. The other thing is, I'll address it about this insurance when it comes about, okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Did they get any of this about the cost of all the rest of the insurance? That was my question, Mrs. Purdy. Did they get all the comparisons and everything else?
That's what Jeff had asked for earlier today, and I didn't ask him.
What was that?
I had given that information to Jeff, or Kathy earlier to give to Jeff Hawkins.
I mean, did the other employees have it?
No, Jeff Hawkins had asked for it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, the only things that I have under the mayor's report, first off, I attended the tree lighting ceremony on November 27th, and I wanted to thank everybody here that made it possible. Thank Newton Falls for coming and making it a nice event. Thank Bill George and anybody else that had anything to do with the decorating and the lighting in the community, and thank the fire department and many other individuals for different things that you're doing for Thanksgiving and Christmas, the turkey giveaways, the stockings, gifts, etc. And then the last thing I want to say is, as we move here tonight, I don't know where Mr. Evans is at. I don't see him, but it wasn't Mr. Evans. It was the other guy that was over here. Talked about his father coming back from Vietnam. It was very touching, and I appreciate that. And, you know, I remind you oftentimes that I ran for mayor for individuals like yourself. You know, I appreciate you guys. I see you in the convenience, you know, before you go out to work. And I agree with what you said about the water break that we had the other day that none of us even knew until Kenny comes walking in. He comes to the budget meeting after working out there and you know, just, he doesn't miss a beat. And I can promise you when it comes to that piece of legislation that we need to seriously look at it, see what the increase is, see what the increase would be for yourselves, and make sure to show you that we respect you and we appreciate you and do the very best that we can, not to just throw something out there. I promise you that we'll do that, okay? And that's all I have. Move on to public hearings. Number one, ordinance 2021-27, if Mrs. King could read that. Oh, I don't believe there is. Is there any changes to tonight's agenda?
The only thing is, when you get to the executive session, I'd like you to add, you know, on that checklist, I would like you to add pending or imminent court action and possibly compensation, so that we can discuss those matters.
Okay. What was it?
Just check the box number 3, pending or imminent court action.
Okay.
And then it's compensation under box 1.
Okay. Do we need a motion to add that right now, or no?
I would add it when you get to the
Okay.
executive session.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, that's the only changes, correct? In previous minutes, we have no minutes to approve. They weren't ready coming into the meeting, so we'll move on to public hearings. Again, number one is ordinance 2021-27, if Mrs. King could read it.
An ordinance rezoning specific lots on North Center Street and Lock Street in the city of Newton Falls.
Okay, does anybody want to address number one? Okay, if not, then we'll close number one. Number two is ordinance 2021-28.
An ordinance to require the approval of council for contract expenditures over $25,000.
Okay, would anybody from the public like to address number two? Okay, if not, then we'll close number two. And finally is number three, ordinance 2021-29.
An ordinance repealing ordinances 2020-34, 2020-35, 2020-36, and 2020-37.
Okay, would anybody like to address that? Okay, if not, then public hearings are closed. We'll move on to unfinished business. Number one, again, ordinance 2021-22 is an ordinance requiring the registration of contractors operating within the city of Newton Falls. Do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Mr. Bariak, do we have a second?
So moved.
Okay, any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to, or may I have the floor?
Okay, Mr. Granchi, you have the floor.
With that, I don't necessarily disagree with it, but I'd still like to see us amend it so that businesses within the municipality would get a different rate. It's done with a whole lot of other things. I just would like to see that we are able to foster new businesses to grow in our town, and I think that's one way that we could help do that. So I move to amend this ordinance to reduce the fee in half if the business resides in city limits.
Mayor, may I speak? Al, maybe you should speak on this because that was originally in there, Chris, but Al felt that that was discrimination against outside vendors, and he recommended that everybody be charged the same. So do you want to speak on that?
Yes, the problem is that the law, if it's a fee as opposed to a tax, it has to relate to the cost of, doing the permits and having somebody there to issue them and the cost of doing that. And it's less expensive for an in-city business than an out-of-city business. So I was concerned that if you did that, it might not pass muster as a fee if it were to be challenged. So I had suggested you make it uniform for that reason. So maybe there's some other thing we could do short of this to make it easier for businesses in the city. There is a value, of course, as Councilman Granchi mentioned, to supporting your businesses within Newton Falls. The fee might not be one we can do. Maybe there's something else we could do.
Okay, Mr. Boriak, did you want the floor?
I don't know. I've been in this village now for I don't know how many years back. I was in the village before I moved out to Braceville because I needed a place to grow my business and that. And then when first chance I found some property, I moved back. I don't feel the $100 registration and $50 a year is too hard. What I think this wants to do, not only to protect the business owner, but to level the playing field. We got people that are coming in here from every God knows place where they're going. Some of them don't come back. And all we want to do is level the playing field a little bit. In other words, you have some insurance, you don't beat the people up. And very realistically, most places are $500,000 up for liability insurance. This only asks for $100,000, which is very, very reasonable. And a surety bond for $20,000 in case somebody does stick somebody. I'm sure that it's not unrealistic if you're running a business to know that you're going to have to put a little bit of your dollars in. It takes a little bit of money to make a little bit of money, and if you don't have, $200, $300, $400, the insurance isn't that high. If you don't have that less than $500, you shouldn't be in business. It's just like when you give somebody a contractor, what the poor people have been stuck with, give them half the money down, and then they don't come back. My own premise is I've never in my life, and I don't want to speak on myself, but if you have to pay somebody a lot of money up front, why? What kind of business are they running? Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Ms. Letzer, Mr. Srock, Ms. Stempert. Something I wanted to bring up too is I remember Mr. Zimmerman brought up in his opening statements, he was asking, I think, about your brother or brother-in-law that was an electrician or something or other. I think it states in there that if it's a family member that you're kind of exempt on that, isn't it? Yeah. That if I have my cousin or my brother or whatever to come over to do plumbing work, that he doesn't have to do this. Okay, I was just making sure.
Another falsehood.
Okay, anybody else before we go ahead and call for the roll on this?
Yeah, just a thought, if I can have the floor.
What's that, Mr. Granchi?
Yeah, I just have a thought, if I can have the floor.
Yeah, go ahead.
I understand the logic used with this, saying that it's going to help people. However, I feel like if it's a fly-by-night contractor, they weren't going to register anyway. This is just a tricky one. I don't know how this is going to work.
Well, I do know that when we had the time, what was it, a couple years ago, when we had that hail damage and we had a lot of guys coming in, that would have been beneficial there. But I guess if we don't have anything else to add, we'll go ahead and vote and see how it turns out.
Can I have the floor?
Go ahead, Miss.
To piggyback on what he's saying, is there any kind of consequence or any way of holding people accountable that would come into town and not be registered?
Would you please speak into the microphone?
Would there be any kind of consequence or any way of us holding people accountable that would be the fly-by-night to come in and do work?
I think on that, it's really generally just a way to contact the person if their work is bad, isn't it?
The only thing that the city would be doing is holding a copy of the bonds or the insurance policies for residents. And residents can come in and say, do you have a copy of that, so they can file against those bonds? The city's doing nothing other than holding that information.
Miss Pretty, when you talk, kind of try to adjust your microphone, I guess, on the cable or whatever, they're having a hard time hearing you.
Okay, is that better? The city is not getting involved in any lawsuits, nothing like that. What we would do is if a resident called in and we had a copy of their bond or their insurance policy, we would give a resident a copy of that information, then it's up to them to pursue. The city would not do anything with that other than maintain that information. It's not up to us to go after them on behalf of a resident.
It is in reality what it is if you have your contractor that's legitimate and in business, he's going to pay $100 for the entire year. That way that you know that you don't have somebody getting a slug that comes in, does bad work, takes their money and runs. So if nothing else, Ms. King, whenever you're ready to call for the roll.
And just for clarification, I marked on here that it stands on its first reading. We originally put this on the floor and then tabled it before we voted. So this will be its first reading, and then it's going to have a public hearing, a second reading after this, just so we know where we're at. Granchi?
Yes.
Stempert?
Yes.
Sorotko?
Yes.
Bariak?
Yes.
Splitzer?
Yes.
Okay, first reading passes. Okay. Unfinished business number 2, ordinance 2021-28, whenever Mrs. King is ready to read.
An ordinance rezoning specific lots on North Center Street and Locke Street in the city of Newton Falls.
Okay, do we have a motion?
So make that a motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Just to bring it back to the floor, for in case someone didn't get the meeting last week. It's the old Sidley property, which is the old concrete yard, EK Colas Sidley. And my understanding is that somebody might want to start a business there, and after 2 years, if you don't run a business, your property reverts back to residential. And we need to bring this back to commercial so someone can maybe come in town, and I don't know who it might be, I'm not aware of that, but it's to help them to start something there.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, if not, whenever Mrs. King is ready to call for the...
Stempert?
Yes.
Sorotko?
Yes.
Bariak?
Yes.
Splitzer?
Yes.
Granchi?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Okay, number 3 is ordinance 2021-28, and whenever Mrs. King is ready to read.
An ordinance to require the approval of council for contract expenditures over $25,000.
Okay, we have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Granchi, Ms. Splitzer. Okay, any discussion?
Yes. I spoke to a constituent about this the other day. They brought up a really good point, and it was brought up a couple times in public comment, that rather than it just being a broad $25,000, it should be per vendor or per business. So I would actually like to move to amend that to say over $25,000 per vendor.
I'd like to ask the law director about that. If I may have the floor, Mayor?
Sure, you have it.
I have to think about that. I mean, there might be a vendor who deals, you've got all these different departments. There might be a vendor that's doing different activities for different departments that I want to make sure this doesn't tie somebody's hands. So that's something I would want to think about before, before I render an opinion.
Is your mic on?
But I know where you're going with it, and it makes sense to sure that, you know, that there's no playing games with, you know, what you're trying to avoid is the same project that really costs 50 grand, so you pay $24,999.99 twice. That's what we're really trying to get at. But to do it, we got to worry about how the wording is, because otherwise you could affect, you know, this is a great contractor. We want to use them for something in the police department, but the fire department wants to use them, or the water department wants to use them for something else, or the electricity department wants to use it, the same person for somebody else. And are we keeping them from being able to do that based on the language? So I'd have to think about the right language to make that happen.
Okay.
Has everybody had their first?
Yeah, let me see if anybody want a first address here? Okay, if not, Mr. Bariak, would you like a second?
Look, back in 1989, I bid a job on the High Line down there behind Riverview, and the stopgap was $20,000 at the time. Well, the contractor came in and bid at 67, 60-something, 62, just to stay under the $20,000. What we're trying to do here in another way is to police ourselves, and I believe it is showing transparency, because what happened out of that, we lost a electric department superintendent when it got rolling, and there was, you know, it's old hat, but this is to help not have this crazy spending. In other words, 50,000 here, up to 50,000. That's the way I'm interpreting it. It's trying to put some kind of brakes on the car. I don't know. Do you want to table it? The law director? I would ask the law director. Do you feel we should table it?
Which reading is it? Is this first or second?
Second reading.
It's second. I'm trying to come up with some language as we sit here. Again, if you do this on the run, you're liable to goof it up. So probably you should table it so we can come up with something. If I was pressed tonight, I'd say no one contract can have the bid subdivided so that it in total exceeds 25,000. But I'd want to think more about that to make sure that doesn't cause another problem somewhere else. It's like squeezing a balloon sometimes with this legislation. You press it here and then it pops out somewhere else you weren't thinking about.
Mr. Branchi, would you like to make the motion?
Can I have a second first?
Sure.
I would like a first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just kidding.
I'm sorry. Most of this is covered in the ORC, and really the only thing we've done is we've taken the number in the ORC, which is 50,000, and cut that in half to 25,000.
Okay, anything else, Ms. Spletzer?
That's all.
Okay, Mr. Granchi, you want a second address?
Yes, please. Yeah, I definitely want to table this because we've had several instances where we had just that happen, where the bids came in just under the amount, and it's for the same project, for the same vendor. So, Mr. Mayor, I move to table this until the next meeting pending a legal opinion.
Okay, so that's the first. Does somebody else want to second?
I'll second it.
Mr. Bariak, any discussion? Okay, if not, whenever Mrs. King is ready.
Table it to, what is the date of the meeting, sir? We're going to be dealing with that here.
Till the next, we'll just say till the next meeting, because, okay.
Siratko?
Yes.
Bariak?
Yes.
Spletzer?
Yes.
Granchi?
Yes.
Stempert?
Yes.
Okay, table until the next meeting. Number 4, under unfinished business, ordinance 2021-29, whenever Mrs. King is ready to read.
An ordinance repealing ordinances 2020-34, 2020-35, 2020-36, and 2020-37.
Okay, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, if there's no discussion, whenever Mrs. King is ready to call for the roll.
Bariak?
Yes.
Switzer?
Yes.
Granchi?
Yes.
Stempert?
I'm going to abstain just for lack of knowledge.
Siratko?
Yes.
Okay, passes. Okay, number 5 is tabled until the first meeting of 2022. Number 6 is also tabled until the first meeting of 2022. So under new business, number 1 is ordinance 2021-30, whenever Mrs. King is ready to read.
An ordinance approving the recodification, editing, and inclusion of certain ordinances as parts of the various component codes of the codified ordinances of Newton Falls.
Okay, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Could we have the city manager give us a little, and the public, a little bit of what this is about?
On the recodification?
Yeah, a little bit of.
Yeah, just,
Every year, they go out and they have a vendor who, all the ordinances and things like that you guys do throughout the year, they put them in a journal and number them so everything's in a sequence for you. And that's what this is about, is that they have done that and made them all part of the ordinance documents that Kathy has.
Okay, does anybody else have anything on that? Questions, comments, concerns? If not, whenever Mrs. King is ready to.
Switzer?
Yes.
Granchi?
Yes.
Stempert?
Yes.
Siratko?
Yes.
Bariak?
yes.
Okay, passes. All right, number 2 is ordinance 2021-31.
An ordinance appointing Sean Housley as part-time finance director and authorizing pay and terms of employment.
Okay, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes, please.
Mr. Granchi, you have the floor.
Ms. Pretty, are we still paying the benefits for him as well? Because I know that was on the first contract.
No, the benefits are not included.
So it'll just be straight $1,500 a week.
Correct.
Understood.
All right, anything else, Mr. Granchi?
No.
Okay, Ms. Spletzer, did you want to address?
Yes, I would like a first. When you refer to benefits, does that include the OPRS vacation? We're not paying anything?
None of that, no.
Outside of the $1,500 per week?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd like to have a first.
Mr. Boriak, you have the floor.
Question to the city manager. That is 2 days a week here at least, but he will be working more from, what do you call that, off-site or whatever that, whatever Mrs. Munson used to do at 99% of the time, whatever. What was she?
He will be working
At home or
after,
whatever.
yes, after his primary job, weekends, and then here 2 days a week.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Boriak?
No, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Stempert, or,
Yes, I'd like it first.
okay, you have the floor.
Question, is this a short-term, long-term? Is this a permanent
It's just
situation?
until we can find a permanent finance director.
Okay, did you have anything else, Ms. Stempert?
No.
Mr. Siratko, did you want to address?
No.
Okay, Mr. Boriak, you want a second?
I wanted to ask, excuse me, I wanted to ask the city manager, and it would be Mrs. King, have we tried our best to get somebody?
More than once.
For how long?
since the previous one was let go, we've been running ads continually.
This is the problem right now. We can't get it. We had, was it two people? Two people?
Two people sent in
And
resumes.
Neither of them were really.
One was not qualified, the other one had to leave the state for a family issue.
Yes, one that would have maybe fitted the bill had a very serious family issue and he left the state for good. All right, so I want everybody to know that we've tried our hearts out and we have to have somebody here. And he's, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, he's doing a tremendous job with what he has to work with.
Just to piggyback on what Mr. Bariak said, the key word is qualified, not to just throw somebody else in. And I know any individual here, if you were from a different community and you've seen that the finance job come open in Newton Falls, all the news or whatever that's come of our finances and stuff, anybody would say, you're crazy, I don't want to touch that job. And that's what's taking place right now. Thank goodness for Mr. Housley. He's done a really nice job of helping us at least see where we're at. And if it wasn't for him, I kidded around before, we'd be keeping our aluminum cans to, bring in some extra income. But either way, once, we get things rolling along, we're in hopes that we can get some more qualified applicants.
Did I have two addresses?
Yeah. Anybody else have a second address before we go ahead and call for the roll? Okay, whenever Mrs. King is ready to call for the
I
roll.
think we need to amend this under section 1 where it says the pay shall be $1,500 per week. We need to add beginning January 1st, 2022.
I thought we were going to move this back to November 1st.
We're moving back him being hired as a part-time, but the pay begins January 1.
Oh,
Okay, we want it amended then?
Can there be discussion on that?
I mean, Ms. King hasn't called for the roll, and Mr. Granchi, you still have a second address, so if you would like to, a question that you have.
May I? If this ended a couple weeks ago and it doesn't start until January 1st, what's going on in the meantime? Like, what's the pay? What's the
Same as it has been. His current pay is still the same. He's still working for us the way he was previously. So he's here every day now. He's still here every day until January 1. Then it will become the different pay and actually be a part-time position. But we're taking it retroactive back to November 1st because the agreement was for the initial 8-week period, which did end back on November, I think it was November 1st, Kathy? Was it November 1st?
So this amendment would be extending the original contract to the end of the year and then putting this new deal into place on January 1st. Okay.
Okay, so does somebody want to make a motion to amend it to state?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
You might also want to amend it to make it clear that it's an independent contractor position. That's the only way you get around pay at OPRS. I'm assuming that's what he wants.
yes.
But I noticed it doesn't say that anywhere in here.
While Mrs. King is writing it, Mr. Law Director, do you have a suggestion of what to have the amended language say?
Let's see, at section 1, where it currently says Newton Falls City Council hereby appoints Sean Housley as part-time finance director for the city of Newton Falls as an independent contractor, and then pick up with what it says after that, retroactive to November 1, with the following terms, that his initial contract continues to 12/31/21, and then pay shall be $1,500 per week, and right after that put in beginning January 1, 2022.
Okay, do we have a motion to amend as read?
Can I address real quick? What is he being paid currently, and is he receiving benefits in that now?
His current rate of pay is $2,800 a week, and we're paying half of his medical benefits.
I didn't hear you about the benefits, I'm sorry.
Half of his medical benefit.
Okay, anything else, Ms. Stemper? Okay, do we have a motion to amend as read?
I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion on the amendment?
Yes. Is he open to making the 1,500 start retroactively to the first rather than paying 2,800 a week for the next? Or did we already pay that out up until this day?
I believe it's already been paid because it goes through payroll.
Is he open to taking the 1,500 or starting this position that we're discussing right now, starting immediately, rather than what we've been doing?
I would have to ask him that question.
I don't know if he's said anything about that.
You know what, may I address? It would take 30 days for this change to occur anyhow, because unless one of us wants to make it an emergency, it takes 30 days for legislation to become active, so.
Yeah, correct. Correct. We'll have our information in the next meeting anyways. All right. Anybody else? Okay, if not, to amend this, if Ms. King can call for the roll.
Who seconded it?
You made the first, and Mr. Granchi made the second.
Okay.
Granchi?
Yes.
Stempert?
Yes.
Sirocco?
Yes.
Bariak?
Yes.
Splitzer?
Yes.
Okay, amended. Do we have a motion?
We already have the motion on the floor to adopt.
Okay, okay. Any discussion on the, it's on the floor, the ordinance that's on the floor as amended? Okay. If not, whenever Mrs. King wants to call for the roll.
Stempert?
Yes.
Sirocco?
Yes.
Bariak?
Yes.
Splitzer?
Yes.
Granchi?
Yes.
Okay, ordinance passes. Okay, number 3.
A resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into contracts for the purchase of chemicals for the city of Newton Falls for the year 2022.
Okay, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Second.
Ms. Stempert seconded already. Anybody like an address?
I would like an address, please.
Okay, you have the floor.
The way I'm reading the resolution says that it's for year 2021.
That's a typo, it's 22.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is that all you have, Ms. Splitzer? Well, I'm having a hard time, Splitzer, Stempert, it's going to take me a little while. All right, anybody else that like an
Don't call her
address?
Mrs. Bariak.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's been done. Anybody else? Okay, if nobody else, whenever Mrs. King wants to call for the roll.
Sirocco?
Yes.
Bariak?
Yes.
Splitzer?
Yes.
Granchi?
Yes.
Stumpert?
Yes.
Okay, passes. Okay, number 4 is Resolution 38-2021. If Mrs. King wants to go ahead and read.
A resolution of recognition and appreciation to the Newton Falls Area Commerce Association.
Okay, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Do you want to say something?
Well, I'm just waiting to see if anybody else has anything. No? Okay, Mrs. King, do you have a copy of a resolution for me to give to Tom, or?
I have to do one up.
Okay, we'll get that printed out. But, Tom, do you have anybody here from the Commerce Association or just yourself? Okay, Tom's the president of the Commerce Association. I do myself. I know a lot of times each of us, as well as many people in the community, appreciate things that you're doing, but we don't really come out and say it. And I know that there's, Newton Falls is a great community. I've lived here since I've been a little kid. It's funny that I was over on 12 West with my grandma on Corey Street. Now I'm 19 East, right down the road, but we've always had different individuals like Tom step up all the time ever since I've been a little kid. And so many things, and the tree lighting ceremony was the last in line. I mean, individuals like yourself and everybody that's in the commerce, you guys do so much to just bring joy to our families, and I want to just thank you and tell you how much that we do appreciate it. Anybody else here have an address before we go ahead and call for the roll?
I would just like to say that I feel that it's a whole different Chamber of Commerce here in the last couple of years than I've known for years. It seems like there's more going on, there's different functions and everything, and it's all trying to improve business downtown and for our business owners.
Anybody else? Yeah, okay. And I know I teach my kids when they're in athletics, I'd rather have heart than desire any day of the week, and that's the nice thing about the commerce is you don't ever see them complain, even though they're putting in a lot of work and stuff like that, that you just have a real heart and a real desire for our community, and I do appreciate it. And we'll get you a copy of the resolution, that way that you guys can put it in the Commerce Building or something, okay? All right, if Ms. King wants to go ahead and call for the roll.
Bariak.
Yes.
Switzer.
Yes.
Granchi.
Yes.
Stempert.
Yes.
Sirocco.
Yes.
Okay, resolution passes. Number 5 is Resolution 392021.
A resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into and execute various contracts with Pan American for employee health care benefit needs.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second? Okay. Dies due to no second. All right, number 6.
Motion to schedule regular city council meetings for the first and third Wednesday of each month, beginning Wednesday, December 22nd, 2021, while Sean Housley serves as finance director. Although I believe you want that to say December 15th.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I'd like this to be amended to say the 15th. I'd like to be consistent right off the get-go to be the third Wednesday. So if we have somebody that could make a motion to amend this to say December 15th, which
So
would be
moved.
next week. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion on that?
Could I just point out that the two ordinances that we passed tonight, the one in reference to the codified ordinances and the one for Mr. Housley will not be able to be read for its second reading at that next meeting because I don't have time to get the notice in the paper.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, you want to go ahead and call for the roll on that whenever you're ready.
Spletzer.
Yes.
Granchi.
Yes.
Steppert. Yes. Sirocco.
Yes.
Bariak.
Yes.
Okay, so it's amended, and now it's on the table, so is there any discussion to pass it?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Did you want the floor?
Yes, please.
Yes, okay. You have the floor, Mr. Granchi.
Mr. Schrader, is this allowed per charter? I had that same question when I read it as well. Is this allowed to be done per charter? I had that same question as well when I originally read this on the agenda, because I know the charter specifically states that it has to be the first and third Monday of every week.
You read an ordinance, not the charter. And the nature of this is the gentleman was reading an ordinance, not the charter.
Yes.
And what you're really doing is amending the ordinance to
Yes.
say you're going to meet on Wednesdays instead of Mondays. So,
Okay,
yeah,
I'm mistaken.
it's
I must
certainly
have-
okay with the charter.
I thought that was in the charter as well.
Okay. And it simply makes sense. It's your government body. You can decide when you're going to meet. I mean, if you don't have that authority, you're not going to have much of any. So anyway, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on this before we go ahead and vote?
I do. Just curious, will we still receive our packets on Friday? And
No, that
the
would
extra
probably,
time?
we talked about that last meeting. I think what would take place, and Mrs. King could let me know, you would get the packet on Monday, and you would have to have your stuff in to her by Friday instead of Wednesday, correct?
I don't, That is all in council rules, and I'm not sure we could just change that. We'd probably have to make motions. I'm okay with still getting them out on Fridays if you guys
Okay,
are.
I mean, if it still works out for you, the process, okay,
I think if we keep the rest of it the same way, I'm still okay with that.
okay.
As a full-time working mother of many children, I would prefer to have it on Friday.
Okay, good. All right, anybody else? Okay, and we already amended it, so this is to pass it, correct?
Well, so we kind of did this backwards. We made the motion to amend, but we never actually made the motion to adopt, so we need a motion to adopt it as amended.
Okay, do we have a motion to adopt it as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on it? Okay, if not, whenever Mrs. King is ready to call for the roll.
Granchi?
Yes.
Stempert? Yes. Saratko?
Yes.
Bariak?
Yes.
Splitzer?
Yes.
Okay, passes. Okay, number 7, a motion to authorize the finance director to pay Shelley and Sands for paving done in 2021. Do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes, I sponsored this.
Okay, you have the floor, Mr. Boriak.
This council went ahead and specifically voted down using Shelley and Sands. It wasn't a week after we voted it down here in council, Shelley and Sands came in here and did the work. Now, we can do two things. We can either not pay them and maybe never use them again, and it's not their fault, or we can pay them and keep our credit and our good name up and avoid the money that it will cost us for a lawsuit. This is what we call, this is not $209,000. There was also I don't know what it was for First Street. We didn't get that out. That was no grant. What that was a no-interest loan from Eastgate that we have to pay back. I don't know if anybody knows that. What I'm trying to say is there was a lot of money. We only have what we have. The hand we're dealt, we're going to have to play it. It's not like we're trying to take anything off of anybody. If you show me where the money's at, I'll be glad to do whatever I can. I've never not went to help this community out.
Okay, would anybody else like a first address?
Yes, please.
Mr. Grant, you have the floor.
Ms. Pretty, when this was discussed with Mr. Housley, did he say that this is something that we can afford to do right now?
Based on my conversation with Sean, is that if you guys remember from the budget meeting the other night, he said he had $100,000-something to pay towards it and was going to work with Shelley and Sands to see if they could go along with us into 2022 to pay the balance.
I was just making sure because that wasn't specifically stated in the
Yeah, so he would
resolution.
make some kind of payment to them and then finish the payment going into 2022.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else want an address? Okay, I know that I talked to city manager and I talked to Mr. Housley about this because obviously, you know, like I use for an example, I like a rec center. I really think that would be cool to have one in Newton Falls for like millions of dollars. And if I brought it to council and they voted no, it'd be nice to just be able to go off and have it done anyhow. You know, just put a Coliseum in, you know, and let the next administration pay for it. So I said, why can't we go after the really nice guy that signed it? You know, a lot of people, nice guy, you know, nice neighbor, you know, but council voted on it and they said no. And it was done anyways. I said, why can't we go after him? Let him pay for it. You know, Christmas present to Newton Falls. But then in his resignation, it was put in there that we can't go back after him. So like Mr. Bariak said, we're stuck with the hand that we're dealt, and you know, and we can't go and get sued by them and have legal costs and everything else. So we're really in a corner here. Any other discussion? Mrs. King, if you could call for the roll.
Stempert?
Yes.
Saratko?
Yes.
Bariak?
Yes.
Splitzer?
Yes.
Granchi?
Yes.
Okay. Motion passes. Okay, and finally, number 8.
Do you want me to read this whole, what we handed out tonight then?
Except it's not an ordinance.
No.
I can read it, can or do
It's, you know.
It would be a motion, the Planning and Zoning Commission is required to sit as judges in determining zoning variances and appeals of the zoning inspector's decision to it and conditional use permits. And whereas Brian Axiotis has shown a total inability to be a neutral prior to the public hearing in zoning matters, in the latest example of this, Mr. Axiotis' attitude towards a sign requested by the Commerce Association requesting a sign permit as evidenced in Exhibit A, a screenshot of a Facebook posting he made. Mr. Axiotis has proved himself to be unable to adequately perform the duties of Planning and Zoning Commission member, let alone chairman. Council of the City of Newton Falls, Council for the City of the Village of Newton Falls requests Mr. Axiotis to resign immediately. If he does not, the City of the Village of Newton Falls Council urges the Planning and Zoning Commission to remove him according to the provisions of the Newton Falls Charter. It would be a motion.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second? Okay, if no second, motion dies as a result of no second. Public comments. Second public comments are open to non-agenda items, so step forward, give your name, your address, and you have 3 minutes.
Ed McLaughlin, 230 Elizabeth Street. Before I get started, make a comment on the microphones. I think the city could afford another microphone for each council person. And over here, they try to do a good job, but half the time, the mic's off, the mic's at Pam's, he's speaking. Can we get some mics so we can hear what people are saying, please? If we want to talk about our utility bills, you know, if you take your car to a garage and they charge you $1,000 and they put $800 labor, $150 for parts, $50 for shop supplies, which is a bunch of baloney also, at least I know where the money's going. Our utility bills has water, gallons, how much money? Sewer, gallons, and money. I did some calculations, and I talked to someone from the utility office, and they found out we pay $5.01 per 1,000 gallons, okay, up to 8,000 gallons. But let me regress one time. If you get your gas bill, does your gas bill not say how much you're paying for MCF? $3 for MCF, $3.50 per MCF. You know what you're paying. Our bill, it just has, like I said, I think it should say water, the gallons, $5.01 per 1,000 gallons, and the money. Now here's a kicker. On top of that, we have an $18.17 a month service charge. I'm giving you guys some information. I bet the council don't know a lot of information I'm going to give you tonight. Okay? So included in that water bill is $18.17 a month service charge. How about putting a line, water, 501 per 1,000 gallons, the gallons and the money. Service charge, $18.17. What's wrong with that? Okay, now the sewer. I talked to someone before, they told me that there was a service charge on the sewer also of $12.51. Upon talking to the lady today, there is no service charge on the sewer. The rate was raised to $14.46 per 1,000 gallons. So your sewer is based on your gallons per 1,000 gallons, $14.46 per 1,000 gallons. How many knew that? I didn't know that. If that was on my bill, I would know it, wouldn't I? Sewer, service charge, $14.46 per 1,000 gallons, $28, whatever it would be. I don't think that's a hard thing to do, folks. Apparently, here you go. The fee was charged September for the sewer, $12.51 up till August. September, October, and November, it went to $14.46 per 1,000 gallons. I noticed a difference because I did a calculation. Gallons charged per gallon, it used to be 1.25 cents per gallon up to September, and it went up to 1.44 cents per gallon. Oh, how come? Well, Council apparently passed a resolution in 2020 for that raise that was supposed to take place in January of 2021. Mr. Lynch told the utility office, don't pay that. Don't charge that. Mrs. Pretty,
Mr. McLaughlin,
so I understand.
if you could finish up your
All right.
time.
Authorize that, okay? All right, I want to ask a couple questions and I'm done. Who thinks it would have been a good idea to notify the public about this change at a council meeting by someone that's in the know? Don't you think the public should know, hey, your rates are going to go up because of so-and-so and such and such? And also, who thinks it's a bad idea to show the cost figures and itemize items on our utility bill? Does anyone think that's a bad idea? Okay, let's get it done. Thank you.
Julie Lemon, 2750 Easter Road. I wanted to speak on the motion to recess an executive session. Going back through minutes on the city's website, I see that when it came to Ms. Musson, the public knew that there was going to be an executive session. And when it came to Attorney Fritz and Mrs. King's disciplinary action for executive session, that was listed, and it said who it was for. There's a lot of people here that assume tonight's executive session is over Chief Fixler. And in all fairness to everybody, if it is in regards to Chief Fixler, it should have been announced like it was for everybody else. That's one. Number two, I don't know what happened with, and why you guys have your reasons why you let it die for Mr. Axiotis, but I will say this. I'm going to make a plea of decency to the rest of the Planning and Zoning Board. He's your comrade. He's acting like he speaks for everybody. If he speaks for them, then so be it, but if he doesn't, then they need to stand on some integrity and dignity and get him for the way that he behaves towards not just one or two people, but the community as a whole. Thank you.
Mr. Luanawasu, I don't know if a couple of them, are you guys all squared on him going next, or you up, or?
I'll go next.
Okay.
Jim Luanawasu, 10 East Liberty Street. During your reports, I thought maybe we could get some answers to the questions that some of us had asked, but we still didn't get those answers. We didn't get the answers about the meter fees going into separate funds and whether they did or not. We didn't get the answers on the opt-out and those that were told to do nothing, how you're going to handle that. When are we expected to see these charges start on our billing? We didn't get any answer on that. Right now, we're in the middle of a huge COVID spike. And do we know if these people coming into our houses to install these meters have their vaccinations? Are they safe to be coming into our house? There seemed to be some question a couple weeks ago during one of the council meetings on whether there was even a bond when Jamie Klein asked about her refrigerator, whether they even had bonding and insurance and workers' comp. And if they don't, and they come in your house and they get hurt, your insurance is going to be responsible for it. So I'd like to hear some of those answers from council. If you can't answer them tonight, maybe you can answer them at the next meeting. And finally, we seem to have money to pay for everything else and a lot of things that we haven't needed. So why don't we find the money to pay these employees, a lot of who I've worked with in the past since 1999, a lot of you, and a lot of them who I'm friends with and have known for a long time. Why don't you find the money to pay them a fair wage? Don't screw around with their benefits and make it comfortable for them to work here, because this city runs pretty flawlessly every day due to those men and women sitting in those seats right there.
All right, Bill Wright, 246 East Broad Street. I'm from a military background, and in the military, there's a chain of command. When the chief goes down, the next guy up. That was overlooked, and there was somebody handpicked when it should have went by the chain of command. I'm hoping that it wasn't for personal reasons or personal agenda. Same with the executive session tonight. If it's about Chief Fixler, I hope it's not about personal agenda. Thank you.
Good evening, Brenda Persino, 226 Oak Knoll. I'm here in support of Gene Fixler, not knowing if the executive session is in talks of him. This man is upstanding. He is a man who for 48 years has taken his oaths very seriously, and he's taken them to heart. He strives to uphold the law, and this man will not bend, he will not break any of these laws for any man, whether it be family, friend, or foe, no matter what suit you put on, what tie you wear, or what table or seat you sit at. He will not bend them, and he will not break them. Why would this man after 48 years? In the past 2 to 3 years, I learned one basic thing. To never base my opinions or hang my hat on no more gossip, no more rumor. I did that before, I won't do it again. So I took the time to look up the state of Ohio's scorecard for Ohio's law enforcement and police departments. Our town overall scorecard is at a 62%. In 2013, it was at 41%. In 2020, our low-level crime was down 5%. Our drug arrests were up 7%. And our drug busts were up 6%. I took the time and looked up that number. I took the time and I searched. I support this man and I support the officers that are led by this man. They strive to uphold the law in this town. I don't see Chief Fixler breaking or bending, and I surely don't see any of our officers in this town bending or breaking. That would be a breach of their oath. And this man, Chief Fixler, and the men that work behind him take their oath serious. Now, there's been silence into the investigation, and I fully understand that. But one thing you must understand, with silence comes room for gossip. The gossip is incredible in this town. It doesn't matter if you're a chief, a mayor, it doesn't matter if you're a city manager, If you are somebody who holds business uptown, the gossip in this town is incredible. Silence has got to stop. But I'm here in support of Chief Fixler, and I am here in support of all our officers of the Newton Falls Police Department. Thank you for your time.
Rick Curlin, 611 North Canal Street. I would just like to say that we had a tremendous breakfast with Santa and Mrs. Claus on Saturday. We helped over 100 children, and it was something that, unless you were there, it's hard to realize. We had almost 250 people there. This event, for the first time, offered the children different things that were guaranteed for the children. There was no adult things going on there except the children. The children are the ones who bid on everything. The children are the ones who got to see Santa and Mrs. Claus. The children are the ones who got the door prizes. It was about the children, the children, the children. Newton Falls, if one thing that I hope everybody remembers and never forgets, is a very giving community. Parents, grandchildren came to this breakfast sponsored by the 444 The People, a charity group, and they continue to go to different other things that other charity groups sponsor in Newton Falls for their children. I think it's a wonderful thing. We're going to have an event at the First Christian Church on Sunday from 2 to 4 with pictures and with Santa and food, and it's going to be tremendous. It's this kind of thing that we should always remember. This was phenomenal. It really was. There were children everywhere, and they had a great time. The city employees were there. Everybody participated. It was really just a come-together moment. So we thank everybody that was there, and I thank the group that sponsored it. Thank you very much.
Jeff Hawkins, Water Plant Superintendent. I'd just like to take this time on behalf of the city family to thank you for listening to us tonight. Thanks for taking the time. Thanks for listening. We appreciate it. And the only thing is, if we need to work it out, and I'm sure that either reach out to me, Bill, Mike, Kenny, whoever, reach out. I'm sure we can all sit down, figure something out that's going to work for everybody. And that's all we want. You know, the fair shot, work for everybody. Thank you.
Laura Nizel, 227 North Center Street. First, I'd like to thank you guys for turning down the insurance package. Just listening to it, it was ridiculous. Second, I just want to make a shout out to the community. The first Sunday in November, the Newton Falls Women Fun Dart League had a spaghetti dinner. It was our 37th benefit. It was our second spaghetti dinner. During that, we earned enough money to basically pay completely for about 49 kids for their Christmas, each getting over $100 worth of toys. This includes, some of them wanted boots. We had donations of bikes, bookshelves, bunk beds, toddler beds. We're still looking for a couple other donations too. We actually just recently had 3 kids added on to it last minute, like 3 days ago, after we already had our funds distributed and already started buying. So we're trying to scramble around to find funds for these 3 kids. Along with the 49 kids, we are also doing the 86 senior citizens over at the nursing home and providing them with shampoo, conditioner, body wash, candy, like sugar-free candy, coloring books, crayons, things for the rec center area. For the Alzheimer's patients, they get stuffed animals, things like that. So this is something that we really strive to add more and more every year. I did see a lot of, we had, Adam was there, and a couple of the other council people came through. I know Tessa, John donated, Chris was there. So we did have different people come in, purchase spaghetti dinners. They are all to go. We appreciate that you acknowledge us and helped us this year to accomplish. We're actually about 10 or 15 more kids this year than we were last year. So thank you very much.
Bill George, Electric Superintendent. I want to touch on a few things about the smart meters. This keeps coming up over and over and over. Can you please, all of you, make a decision and stick to it? There's too much rumors flying around. Nobody has any idea what's going on. And it's all because you guys. You know, we try to do our best, but you guys keep stopping and saying, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and nobody's making a decision. Even if it's a wrong decision, at least make one. And, and their concerns, that people are talking about, getting these water meters. I'm an electric guy, so I can't speak a lot on it, but I know the meters, the water meter and electric meter was going to be changed anyhow. The water meter is not a smart meter until a unit is put on the outside of the house. So people don't understand all this, and it's, I think, a lack of communication, and you guys are not making a decision. John brought it up to the last meeting, and it got voted down, or nobody voted on it, so nothing happened. Please make a decision on this. And then on the other thing, too, about tonight, if you're going to go in for Gene Pixler, I'm not afraid to talk about the elephant in the room. Nobody likes to work for Brian Poor. We hear it. I don't know if you guys hear it out on the street, but we hear it. I think you're making a big mistake. I think you're going to see a lot of your law enforcement leave. And that's detrimental to all of us. I mean, when I need them, I call them for, somebody stealing power or something, they're out there right away. I just, I think you're making a big mistake. I don't know what you have on him. Try, if it's personal, try not to make it personal. Thank you.
Zimmerman, 515 May Avenue. What a mess we've seen tonight. Just what a mess. Where should I even begin to start? Let's start with go back to last meeting with the ordinance for voiding contracts. We heard from Mr. Schrader that he couldn't even be bothered to know the history of what happened in 2020 on those contracts. It says in here that they were passed as an emergency. They were not. I brought that up. He looked at council and said, didn't know the history. I wasn't there. What else has he been providing flawed information on to council if he can't know the history of what he's looking up? We also heard tonight from an interim, let me put that in there, interim city manager, Pam Pretty, meddling in the insurance of our employees here. She wants to prop up the Commerce Association 100%, but then she wants to bite the hand that feeds the town. That is not good for this town. It never will be. The Commerce Association is great. They're the things people see when they come in, but this is what turns the lights on. This is what allows people to see into the windows. This is what allows people to shop. If you're going to take away from them, you're taking away from everything. We also heard tonight about the financial director that was extended beyond a resolution that was expired. The words in the resolution said no more than an additional 4 weeks. So 4 weeks and then no more than an additional 4 for 8 weeks. Yet now we hear that we're paying him that $2,600 or $2,800 past that ordinance. No one knows for sure what he's being paid. We've heard that he's being paid $1,500 starting January 1st. No, maybe it's starting November 1st. No, maybe we'll extend this $2,600, $2,800 out to the end of the year. We'll pay his benefits to the end of the year. Nobody seems to know what's going on Why is that? We also heard tonight from Mr. Bariak here saying that we should pay that Shelley and Sands contract. Also brought up with that council did not pass the ordinance to pay for that, to approve for the paving. Now we have 4 contracts that are being voided with an ordinance. Now the city needs to stand behind that because you just set the precedent right here saying we need to pay the Shelley and Sands based on the agreement between the city. Now we have 4 contracts in agreement here also. Are we going to let ourselves be dragged through the mud further based on this? It's a good question. Good luck to Mrs. Stimpert, Mrs. Sirocco. Mrs. Sirocco, may you not be the yes man that you were picked to be. I wish you the best luck. We also, if anyone has seen the news lately, Ohio State just reinstated their backup QB after he had a DUI. It's a shame that a football program has higher standards than our council does. Thank you.
Hi, Marilyn Lee, 515 North Canal Street. I just want to talk about the Christmas tree lighting that I got to be a part of. I want to say I played the Grinch. I absolutely love doing it. I love seeing the kids' faces. I do get a little pleasure out of making them cry and scaring them too. Like, you know, that's just me. It's just a great community to have something like that where everybody came together. We were pulling tables from here. Hey, do you have this? Hey, do you have that? Everyone came together and it was a beautiful, magical Hallmark movie type situation. And I just wanted to commend the Commerce Association for how wonderful that was. Also, the great success of Breakfast with Santa. I hear it was amazing. And I just want to, everyone to remember that it is the Christmas season, whether you celebrate Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, whichever you celebrate, that it is the holiday season, to be kind to one another and remember that. Also, please remember those that are away in our military. As you see with my shirt, my son is not deployed, but my son is in a foreign country. I don't get Christmas with him. I also have a husband that works at a power plant. I don't get Christmas with my own husband. So it's going to be a rough Christmas. So please be kind to everybody because you don't know what they may be going through. I appreciate you guys, all of you, and Merry Christmas.
Anybody else?
Steve Storm, executive officer that they chose not to use and appointed Brian Ford. But my whole complaint or whatever is, I've been here for 28 years. In those 28 years, Chief Fixler is one of the best chiefs that we've ever had. He'll listen to you, and if he doesn't agree with you, he doesn't agree with you, but he doesn't hold it against you. We got Sergeant 4 now that one of our part-time guys was working 36 hours. He disagreed with him in an email, and now that guy's cut down to 10 hours a week. So I don't know what the investigation is into Chief Fixler, but to me, 30 days was more than enough to figure it out. Now that's been extended to the end of the year. All that's doing is keeping everybody in flux, and the whole police department doesn't know what's going on. So I can tell you for sure that there's a lot of people that are looking elsewhere, and you're going to lose a lot of good officers that have a lot of experience. Like I said, I don't like being in politics. I never want to be in politics, but this is being done wrong. Because if there's something against him, you guys should be letting us know what's going on. If there's an investigation into him, you think you would have talked to some of the officers that work with him, and that's never been done. And I think the investigation that's been done has been done wrong, but I'm not going to comment on that. So I just had to say something.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, closing remarks. We'll start off with Ward 1, Mr. Rodko.
I don't have anything, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Boriak, you have anything?
Yeah, just, I'd like to say a couple of things. This insurance was a hot button comment tonight. I've had to buy my own insurance. I'm not going to bring myself into it. But even my supplementary plan, I pay about $350 a month beyond my Medicare. Comes the time, and when this was negotiated, I'm not going to bring everybody's name in, but we knew within a year or two it was going to go up. We couldn't promise anybody it was going to stay. Now, we've tried to work with it. If there was money that was there, I want to see where it's at and where else we're going to have to suffer. Now, when the raises were given out, I didn't see everybody up here when the supervisors got 72.5, and I didn't care. I was the one that voted against the 3% because I thought the employees should get at least 5. So, where was that at? I thought there was a disparaging difference between, I mean, there should be a difference, but there was a disparaging difference between the people that had hands-on doing the work every day, and not to say that they're not working supervisors, but there was a very discriminate difference in pay. Now, let's go one other step. Back during the summer when these smart meters were going, we had a fella couldn't come to the meetings because he was being sued. I mean, he might have known what was going on a little bit better. But, Mr. Lynch sued this fellow, sued one of our own citizens. But do we forget that easy? I don't. The problems we have now are a direct cause of them are the way this city was run. Now, if there wouldn't have been money spent on $8,100 Bridges to Babylon pictures, ice sculptures, what else did we have? Oh yeah, lattes and legislators, 5, 6, 10. It doesn't take long to.
So you want us to pay for all that? I don't
Right. It's not the time. It's not the time for that.
Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm not trying to. Excuse me. I'm not. Excuse me. I'm not trying to disparage anybody. I'm just saying we've come to a crook in the road. We're trying to get this village back on. Now,
all right, let's keep it down. Guys, we have public comments time. We have reports time. Let's just keep it down.
all I'm saying is that I personally don't want to take anything away from any of the employees. But when it,
Stop. Listen. There's going to be time, like I'm going to share that I agree with Mr. Hawkins, that I would like to see us get some individuals here, supervisors or whatever, and Miss Purdy and myself, to sit down and see where are the amounts up and see what plans there are in a compromise. I don't want to see, I think the world of yourself and all of you. I tell you that often. I don't want to see you lose any money. I'd like to be able to give you huge increases, but at least let's do our very best to work together. The ordinance, tonight it didn't go forward, so let's work together to see what we can do to improve upon it.
Now, the other thing, no matter whether I disagree with anybody, and I think anybody in here, I know everybody here from a long time ago. I try not to get drugged down in the mud. And I just talked to Mike over the weekend with his wife. I won't say a bad word about it. I don't want to get drugged in saying, he's this, she's no good, he's no good. Because if I'll talk about me behind their back. If I'll talk about somebody else behind their back, then I'll talk about them behind their back. But here's the thing. One of the fellows, I don't take vendettas, because one of the fellows on zoning went ahead and took my petition around to have me recalled. Never brought it up on the floor. But when you represent the people and you use vulgar, filthy, and I have it, where do we stop? Would you want me to come up here and start a barrage of unbelievable and say, can't do nothing to me, you didn't do nothing to him? The only reason that I wanted to do anything is I want to put a stop to it now. If you have pride in this community, then show it. And that's all. That's all I really want to say tonight.
Okay. Ms. Spencer, do you have anything?
Yes, I would like to say that I'm also glad that this plan for the employees' benefits didn't move any forward, because I don't think we've had enough time to look at it. I didn't know that this was something that was coming up that needed to be done. And something that also should have been done this evening, which we didn't do, was reorganize council committees. I know that I'm on the administrative committee, but I don't know who else is going to be serving on that committee with me, so that's something council needs to be doing too, is reorganizing the committees. And Mr. Hawkins, I will welcome your idea to sit down with the administrators and see how we can figure something out and make this work for all of you. Because all of you deserve a fair wage, all of you deserve good benefits. Thank you for all you do. I'm sorry, Mr. Hawkins?
Let's do it soon, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else, Ms. Spencer?
That's all.
Okay, I think that we have the reorganizational meeting. I think that's the first meeting in January. I believe so.
Yeah, but we have to have this hospitalization wrapped up, don't we?
No, I'm not talking about that, though, for the committees. Mr. Granch, you have anything for Ward 4?
Yeah, I was going to also touch on cooperation between the department heads and administration. It spoke volumes tonight, seeing every single superintendent out here and all of the numerous employees. That spoke volumes that it was wild. Beyond that, I put it on Facebook, but I'll say it here. Going forward, I'll be donating my salary for council to local charities. So I welcome anyone to, if you know of a good local charity, please let me know about it. And I will be donating that salary to them. So if you know of any, please shoot me a message, shoot me an email, give me a call. I would love to know of more. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the mayor's report. I wanted to thank everybody here tonight. I think you handled yourself well. There's obviously some hot topics discussed tonight, and I want to thank everybody for handling yourself the way that you did, and nobody wearing any Michigan shirts or anything like that. Just a reminder that Santa will be at the First Christian Church Sunday from 2 to 4. Mr. Zimmerman wanted to throw out there, anytime you want to throw pot shots at the people on council, that you remember that it was a unanimous vote from Ward 1 that brought Mr. Sirotko in here. So I realize you took a butt whipping, but, keep your stones to yourself. And last, individuals over here, we talked about the benefits, and I'd like to see us have some type of a compromise where we look at, at it again. I don't know if it would be supervisors or what, but I thank you for coming and speaking your mind, and I'm hoping that we can look at, like Mr. Hawkins said, look at the different levels that there are, what's offered. And I do appreciate what you do. That's all I have. Ms. Pretty, you have anything to close up as the city manager? No? Okay. Motion to recess into executive session and is it personnel matters, appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, pending imminent court action, and what was the other one?
Compensation.
Compensation. Do we have a motion?
I'll make it.
Do we have a second? Okay, if Mrs. King could call for the roll.
Mr. Rotko?
Yes.
Bariak? Splitzer?
Yes.
Franchi?
Yes.
Stempert?
Yes.
Okay, let's go into executive and take a couple-minute bathroom break first. Probably in the other room.
Make sure that wasn't on before I said kiss my ass, Zimmerman.
I don't know.
Can I call you?
Yeah, you can call it 519-3689. No, you know what, you're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right.
I, Julie Stemper,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and protect the Constitution
that I will support and protect the Constitution
and laws
and laws
of the United States of America,
of the United States of America,
the Constitution and laws of the State of Ohio,
the Constitution and laws of the State of Ohio,
and the Charter and ordinances of the City of Newton Falls,
the Charter and ordinances of the City of Newton Falls,
and that in all other respects
and that in all other respects
I will faithfully and impartially
I will faithfully and impartially
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of council at large
of council at large
to the City of Newton Falls
for the City of Newton Falls
until the end of this elected term.
until the end of this elected term.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ready, Tom?
Mm-hmm.
I state your name.
I, Tessa Splitzer,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and protect
that I will support and protect
the Constitution and laws of the United States of America,
the Constitution and laws of the United States of America,
the Constitution and laws of the State of Ohio,
the Constitution and laws of the State of Ohio,
and the Charter and ordinances of the City of Newton Falls,
the Charter and the ordinances of the City of Newton Falls,
and that in all other respects
and that in all other respects
I will faithfully and impartially
I will faithfully and impartially
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of Ward 3 Council
of Ward 3 Council
for the City of Newton Falls
for the City of Newton Falls
until the end of this elected term.
until the end of this elected term.
Congratulations. Let me have her sign the papers.
Okay. Everybody's back in here? Okay, do we have somebody want to make a motion to return back into regular council?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Okay, if Kathy could call for the roll.
Area.
Yes.
Spencer.
Yes.
Frangie.
Yes.
Denver.
Yes.
Sirocco.
Yes.
Okay, do we have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So
I
moved.
make that.
Second.
Okay, if Kathy could call for the roll.
Spencer.
Yes.
Frangie.
Yes.
Denver.
Yes.
Sirocco.
Yes.
Area.
Yes.
Meeting's adjourned. Mike, promise you that we'll do better again.